So before, as I said, today's agenda is about the EFS and S3. But before I start with EFS, there is another compute service called Lambda. Okay, so I'll just give some introduction about the Lambda, because if you just need to know about what exactly is a Lambda and how what are the features of it, at a higher level. Okay, so we'll start with Lambda for around 10 to 15 minutes, and then I'll start with EFS and then ES3. Okay, so before I start with the session, any questions, please? Any questions?
Anupama, there's one question.
Yes, please.
After this completion of this course, will you provide all the any document or anything from which we can prepare for the certification? Will you assist us?
Practice test.
Aptitude test.
So you need to go to the practice test. Okay, you will find it from internet, or there are a few sites where you can go through the practice test.
Can you suggest few website links or anything so that we can at least look into it?
Yeah, just let me know at the end of the course, Ashish. I'll provide you. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Ashish, sorry to interrupt, Anupama. Can I say Ashish to something regarding one site?
Yeah, please.
Exam Topics is a site where you can get all the dumps for every certification. Examtopics.com.
Examtopics.com.
Yeah, Shubham, you can just try to keep that link in the WhatsApp group. It would be helpful for everyone.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, cool. Thank you.
Madam, one question.
Yes,
regarding assessment, like last week's assessment, I'm supposed to send by this week or by end of today?
No. Last week we didn't have any assessments because we couldn't complete the TC2. Okay, so there is nothing. You would be doing last week, right? So today, this weekend we completed the TC2.
Yeah.
So 1 second, Ashish. Let Santosh complete. Go ahead, Santosh.
Yesterday, you said we have to complete 2 assessments, like one of EC2, other is yesterday. Correct. The one we did with EBS, and today correct. The one we do with EFS.
Correct.
All the 3 by end of this week I should submit, by next Saturday.
Next Saturday, correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Ashish.
And after this, what is the roles and responsibility of solution architects?
So as an architect, first of all, you need to work with, usually you'll be working with the clients. Okay, so taking the client requirement. Okay. Let me take an example. Let's assume an organization want to migrate to AWS. Okay, so when they say migrate, they want to migrate their architecture, obviously the data centers to cloud. Okay, or their application. So application would be running on servers will be on data centers. So at the end, data centers the data centers data or the application needs to move to AWS. So before they move, first of all, they have to have the infrastructure ready. Okay, so architect is the one who would be doing that. Yeah. Now, when I say solutions architect roles and responsibilities, if you are a solutions architect, then yes, just by learning this course will not become a solutions architect straight away. Okay, so usually you may start with a cloud engineer, okay, as an entry level role, or a cloud as a fresher. Okay, and then over a period of time you would be dealing with multiple projects, and one day you become a solutions architect. Okay, straight away, if you are new to cloud, you cannot become an architect. Yeah. Now coming to the roles and responsibilities, as I said, whenever there is a migration, for example, taking the requirements from the client, the architects would be mostly most of the work would be interacting with the clients, taking the requirements and planning, creating an infrastructure in the cloud, like creating POCs or allowing the team to do it. When I say architect, there will be some sort of team members working under him. Okay, so he himself may or may not create the architecture. They may allow their juniors also to do it. But ultimately, he's the one who would be submitting to the client. So mostly would be the client interaction, everything in and out, from the start till the end, he would be taking care of the whole project. And once an architecture is created, of course, there will be developers, everyone will be involved.
Okay,
so planning, implementation.
Understood.
So guys, please go on mute. Let me start with the service called Lambda. So the reason why I have bought this Lambda in between, because Lambda is also compute service. We just understood about EC2, right? EC2 is a compute service where it provides some sort of computation capabilities. Now let's understand how this Lambda is different from EC2. Okay. For example, if you take a function, add a comma b, c is equal to a plus b, return c. Okay, so this is a function, addition function, where it do some sort of addition and then it will return the output or the value after adding two numbers. Now, when you are writing the code, in between, whenever you want it, you can add this function and you can write the remaining code. Now, when it is executing, when it encounter this function, it will execute the commands which is in the function and it will return that kind of value, right? The takeaway from this example is the function, because Lambda is a function. Okay, Lambda is a function. Means it needs to be called by someone. It has to be triggered. Okay, so someone, for example, an service called S3, okay, a storage service, can call this Lambda function. Okay, whenever a file is stored into S3 is a storage service. Okay, we'll again talk about it, but S3 is a storage service. Now, whenever a file is uploaded into the storage service, which is S3, I want to trigger this Lambda. Yes, you can do that. Okay, so the function has to be called, means it has to be triggered. First point. Second thing, now when it is triggered, what this function will do, as this function is doing, this will also execute the lines of code which is in the Lambda function. Now, what lines can be written? It can be in any programming language which Lambda supports. It can be in Java, it can be in Python, .NET, Ruby, etc. There are a lot of programming languages supported by Lambda. Okay, so you can write this Lambda function in any one of the programming languages which Lambda supports. Okay, so that whenever a Lambda invocation happens, when Lambda triggers, the Lambda will execute the commands or the set of code in that Lambda function. Okay, now what this Lambda function will do after executing, it depends what you write in this code. Maybe whenever a file is uploaded, I want to take the file details like the file name, what is the file storage capacity. Okay, so the metadata, like extra information of the files, maybe I want to store to database. Yes. Okay, so Lambda, it is a compute power, like where when it is running, it needs some computation, compute power, right? Okay, so it will consume some sort of computation or compute power. Okay, and it will execute these commands and it will do some sort of operations, for example, here, storing the data to a database. Yeah. Now, when I say a Lambda function, you cannot write an application into it. You cannot write an infinite code. Okay, so there is some limit. So you can write around so you can write this much of code, around 10 GB. Okay, so you cannot write an infinite code or you cannot have an application in here because this is a function, means it has to be called and this is not an application. Okay, so the function can be up to some 10 GB and you cannot run this Lambda function forever. Maximum you can run for 15 minutes from 3 seconds. A Lambda, at least it can run for 3 seconds, maximum of 15 minutes. Previously, it is 5 minutes only. Now AWS increased, of course. Long back, it increased to 15 minutes. Okay. And you can go from 128 MB to 10 to 40 MB. So a memory allocation can be this much. Okay, so when you're writing a function, you have to take care of all these things. If the memory allocation crosses beyond this 10 GB, the Lambda invocation will not happen. It just fails. Okay, so you can use this Lambda function if you want to do some sort of a functioning in between or in your architecture. Like, as I said, whenever a file is stored into a service, a storage service, I wanted to know the file details and I want to take the file details and just store to database. Yes, it can happen. Okay, and what it will do depends on what you write in this code, what you write in this Lambda function. Okay, and the reason why we don't discuss much on Lambda in this course, just because, see, this is completely a developer kind of service, because we write in a programming language. So we are not taking a developer certificate training. We are into architect. But you should know that, okay, there is a service called Lambda, which is like a function where it has to be triggered and it will do some sort of invocation and it will execute and it will provide some sort of output. Okay, so this is a Lambda function, and the source or the service which triggers the Lambda is called the event to source. And the service which is affected by Lambda are the downstreams. Yeah. Now, let's assume there are hundreds of files which are storing into S3. Now, there will be 100 invocations to Lambda, right? What if there are thousands of files uploaded into S3? There will be thousands of invocations. Now, for example, for one invocation, if it is taking X compute power. Okay, if there are 100 invocations, it needs 100x compute power. If it is 1000, it needs 1000x compute power, right? Okay, now your Lambda function or AWS will be taking care of the underlying servers of the Lambda. Okay, so whether it's a one invocation or thousands of invocation, the underlying hardware where the Lambda function runs will be taken care by AWS. That is the reason Lambda is called serverless. Means when I say serverless, it doesn't mean that we don't have servers. It is just that we don't manage servers as a customer. So who will be managing it? AWS will be managing it. Okay, as an example, let's assume that your laptop is capable of running one application. Okay, now I want to deploy 100 applications. Now, definitely my laptop cannot handle that. But Lambda, if there are 100 invocations, the underlying hardware will go and expand and shrink back automatically. AWS will be taking care of it. So it doesn't matter whether it's one invocation or thousands of invocations. You need not worry about the compute power underlying or the hardware capacity itself. Okay, that is the reason the Lambda is called the serverless. It's called a serverless. We don't manage the servers. Okay, but whereas if you take EC2, you are creating a virtual machine and you are explicitly managing from the scratch. Once you get a virtual machine and you take care of the application deployment, etc., etc. But here in Lambda, your responsibility is only to create the Lambda function and of course creating the event source and downstreams. But underlying hardwares, you need not worry about it. But for EC2, of course, you need to define the instance type like T2 micro or the medium one or different instance types according to the application capacity. Okay, so can I run applications on Lambda function? Definitely not, because you have some sort of range, I would say. I don't say it's a limitation because the Lambda itself is defined to do some sort of small invocations, to do some sort of small operations. Okay, so we have to write a code within this range. And you need to run within this minutes only, because you can write some loop and then you can allow that to run for infinite time. So you have a limit for number of minutes it runs also. Yeah, so the thing which you need to remember is Lambda is a function. Okay, it has to be triggered. Someone has to trigger this Lambda because it's a function. It has to be called. Yeah, and Lambda supports different programming languages like Java, Python, .NET, Ruby, etc. And we do have some sort of a memory allocation for Lambda, like where you can go from 128 MB to 10 to 40 MB, like 10 GB. And also you have the maximum execution time, that is from 3 seconds to 15 minutes. And Lambda is a serverless, means you need not worry about managing the underlying hardware of this Lambda. Okay, you don't define any compute power. We don't define any instance class for Lambda. You are responsible only for your code. And the last thing is, you will get charged for Lambda only when it is running. Means, let's assume for one day, there is no files uploaded into a storage service. No files. Means there will be no invocation to Lambda. That means no price as well. So you will be paying only when the Lambda is triggered, only when the code is executing for that particular period of time. For example, it ran for 7 minutes. Yes, you will be paying only for 7 minutes. And if there are 10 invocations, okay. So 10 into 7 minutes, what is the cost? That's it. So Lambda is also compute service, where we just write some sort of code in that function, and we just need to trigger that Lambda function from other service. Okay, and there will be no cost associated with Lambda. You will be paying only for or you will be paying only when Lambda is running. Okay, and you need not worry about managing any administration, etc. AWS will be taking care of it. That is the reason Lambda is called a serverless. And it take care of automatic scaling, code monitoring, logging, etc. And Lambda supports different programming languages like Python, Java, .NET, Ruby. Now, if you want to manage your own compute services, see, Lambda is managed, right? Completely managed. You don't know on which EC2 instance it works. You don't know the capacity of it at any point of time. Okay, so it is like a software as a service, I would say. You just write it and then you can run. So whatever you think, whether you think it is a platform as a service or software as a service, doesn't matter. Okay, definitely it's not an infrastructure as a service. Okay, so where you don't manage the server from the operating system level, you're just responsible for only the function. Yeah, so but if you want to manage your own compute resources, you can straight away go to EC2, where we do have complete control. We can define which operating system, the instance type, on which network, the security groups, etc., etc. Okay, or you can also use an Elastic Beanstalk. Elastic Beanstalk is a platform as a service. This is basically for developers. Okay, so explicitly, I don't want to talk about Elastic Beanstalk now because it's completely out of scope. There is no way they will be getting a question from Elastic Beanstalk. Okay, but I wanted to say is, if you want to manage your own compute resources, you can go for EC2 and you can go for Elastic Beanstalk. Even in Elastic Beanstalk, you do have control over your servers. Now, coming to the building blocks of Lambda, we have a Lambda function. As I just explained, you will have a Lambda function where you write some sort of code, and you have an event to source, which can be, for example, a service, S3 or SNS. Yeah, we'll talk about these services again. And downstream can be a databases. So this would be the downstreams. These are the event source. Now, whenever a Lambda triggers, the Lambda will create some sort of logs in CloudWatch. So CloudWatch is a monitoring service. Yes. So it will also create the logs in CloudWatch whenever Lambda is triggered. So these are the building blocks ultimately. Lambda itself, the one which triggers Lambda, one which affected by Lambda, and then some sort of information that yes, Lambda is triggered. Okay. Now, finally, the compute services which we need are the memory allocation. So as I said, you can go from 128 MB to 10 GB. Okay. So once you write some sort of a code into it, accordingly, the compute power would be allocated by Lambda itself. Yeah. And the maximum execution time is from 3 seconds to 15 minutes, which is 900 seconds. Now, if you try to execute this Lambda, which is going beyond 15 minutes, definitely the Lambda invocation will fail. Will just terminate. Okay. The Lambda will not get executed. So that's about the Lambda. Any questions, please?
You mean main functions of the Lambda is scale out or scale up doing the resource sortability, right?
Sorry, come again.
Well, actually, once the resources are unavailable, like as a EC2 instance to be created, but more applications, as you told now, like as our instance is able to run one application, so but we have deployed more than one application on the same. In that situation, Lambda will carry out.
I'm not understanding why you're talking about application, because as I said, you cannot have an application on Lambda. What if you have two functions? Shall I think in this way?
Yes.
Okay, so what if I have two functions where I want to run? Okay, so you can have two Lambda functions.
Okay.
Yeah, you can have two Lambda functions. There will be two triggers to Lambda accordingly. So we can have multiple Lambda functions. Not a problem. Okay, so can you just say one sentence in Lambda? Lambda is a serverless. Lambda is a serverless. So whenever you say Lambda, everyone will talk about it's serverless. Okay.
In that execution time, 15 minutes is there, right? That
Correct.
includes event whatever the triggering from S3 to whatever it is uploading to the downstream of the database. So entire operation it has to cover within 15 minutes. Is that, or only the function to execute it?
The function to run.
Irrespective
Function, yeah. See, the line which, the set of code cannot go beyond 15 minutes. Not the whole process, only the function to run.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So can you provide a real-time application? Again, it's a wrong. It's not an application. Can you say in one sentence? It is not an application. Okay, no one will run applications on Lambda.
What I meant by application is like, where do we use it? Like, how do we apply it as a service? A real time.
I think I just given an example. As I said, that's true. It happens. Okay, let me give another example. Probably, let me think. Okay, you take YouTube. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you are accessing a YouTube from your mobile, when you make a request from mobile, okay, so you can have a Lambda, okay, to adjust the video of the, a YouTube video to a mobile, what is this called? A mobile interface, it will be very small, right? What is this called in web development? A resolution, exactly, resolution. Okay, so if you are accessing this YouTube from a tablet, you can have a Lambda function to adjust the resolution of the tablet. And if you're accessing from your laptop, you can have a Lambda function to adjust the resolution according to the laptop. Because it has to have the same quality, right? Yes, you can use Lambda for that.
But you guys told na Lambda service is only for the 3 seconds to 15 minutes only. After that, because we have run the YouTube.
It will just change the resolution. It will not stop the streaming, right? It will just change the resolution. That's it.
Okay.
Could you list us the all AWS services applications we need to? We don't do any applications here. We are an architects, okay? It's like this. Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, madam. You were almost saying, like what as an architect we should know that, in the sense I was saying, because there are a lot of services like for developers and for, so I wanted to know the range at which we should know like something that are certain to us.
We need to know a lot of services, Santosh. See, we are just into associate level, okay? Yeah. So as an architect, if you ask me, you need to know almost all the services, if you ask me. But if you ask me what are the services which will be covering in the course, you can find it in the drive link. I have updated an agenda, the course agenda. You will see all the list of services we'll be covering. You'll understand slowly what you're supposed to know. See, architect will get the highest pay just because he will be the one who will be dealing with clients. Whenever there is a requirement in client, you should know that there is a service in AWS which will be doing that. How do you know this? Only when you know all the services, then you will know, right? According to the requirement, yes, this service will fit. Correct. If you're not aware of it, then there is no way you'll be knowing it. Okay. So you cannot keep, you cannot have a single sentence in your pocket. Like, what are services I need to know? Okay, I'll learn. Nothing as such. Okay. So this is just a start of your journey. You will be doing it over a period of time. You have to learn continuously. Okay. So once you get a job, you will be directed or you will be narrowed down into a few particular services. Okay. So now your responsibility is to, in the course, in the class, please learn the services, whatever I am covering at a higher level or in the deep, however. Okay. And now you look for a job and you may be working on few services in your project. That's it. You cannot say, as an architect, what should I know? No, in different projects, you will use different services. It's their requirement. Understood, Santosh? Yes.
Yeah, madam. Thank you.
Now let's talk about EFS, which stands for Elastic File System. EFS is also a volume for our EC2 instance, like EBS. Yes. Using EC2 can store data to EFS also. But if EBS and EFS both are volumes for EC2 instance, what is the difference between two? Let's compare one by one. Okay. Now, can someone tell me what is the first point which we discussed in EBS?
Storage.
Can you speak a little louder? Am I missing something?
Storage.
What is the first point which you have told in the last session? I didn't talk about storage straight away. No one made any notes.
Availability zone.
Anyone? Have you made notes? I think yesterday I explicitly told you to remember this because I will be comparing this with other service. Anyone?
Root volume versus data volume.
A little louder, please.
Root volume, EBS is for root volume or data volume.
Okay.
Dedicated volume to an instance.
This is for EC2 instance. It's a volume for the EC2 instance.
Data availability, ma'am.
Yesterday I explained few points, right? Yes, I completely agree that I have told all these things. But I'm
Same
explicitly
availability
asking.
zone.
Complete the sentence, yaar.
Availability zone should be same. AC should be same.
Same for? You're close. You're very close.
EBS
for-
and EBS and EC2 has to be in the same zone, availability zone.
Your EC2 instance, whereas as well as your EBS volume which you are creating must be in the same availability zone in order to attach. That's our first point. Right? Whereas EFS is region specific. EBS is age specific, yes, but EFS is a region specific by default. So wherever your EC2 instance is there, in whichever availability zone it can be in 1A or 1B or 1C or in any availability zone within the region, this EC2 instance will be able to mount to this EFS, can talk to EFS, can store data to EFS, unlike EBS. Okay. So here, your EBS volume should be there in the same availability zone of your instance. But here in EFS, because the EFS is region specific by default, the instance can be in any availability zone in order to store data to EFS. Okay. So what is the second point which we discussed?
We cannot change the availability zone.
Exactly. We cannot change the availability zone of that volume once it is created. Because if we create in 1A, it will be in 1A only. We cannot modify, we cannot change it. Because the EFS is region specific, it is already there in all availability zones. There is no way where we can change it. I mean, there is no need of change also. Yeah, because it is available in all availability zones. Now, what is the third point?
We can modify the volume size.
We can increase but not decrease.
We can modify the volume size and volume type, and we can only increase the volume size. We cannot decrease the volume size. Okay. So in EFS, we can also modify the volume type. Okay. But when it comes to volume size, so here we created a 2 GB and then we try to decrease it. It is not possible. We try to increase it. It is possible, right? But in EFS, first of all, we don't define any volume size. We don't define any volume size. Okay. We just create the EFS and we start pushing or storing data to EFS. And according to our data, it expands automatically. For example, you can start with 1 GB. You have 1 GB of data, you will get charged for 1 GB. And then you started adding data into EFS, and then now it went to 123 GB. You can charge for 123. And then you decreased, and then it went to 78.5 GPS. You can charge for this much of storage capacity. So according to your data, your EFS automatically will expand, and you remove it, it will shrink. And for whatever the data which you have, you will get charged. But for EBS, if you have 10 GB of volume size, it's a volume size. Okay, if you have 1 GB of data into it or 10 GB of data, doesn't matter, you get charged for 10 GB because you created a volume with 10 GB and AWS will start costing you for the 10 GB of volume size. It doesn't matter whether you have 1 GB of data or 10 GB of data. But EFS is not like that. It is scalable. Automatically, it will increase according to your data. It is elastic also. If you try to delete the data, it will shrink back and you'll be paying for whatever you are using it. And what is the fifth point?
EBS is attached to only one single EC2 instance. It can't be attached to multiple EC2s.
That's right. EBS is a dedicated volume. We can access that EBS only from one instance at a time, except multi-attach, and it has some sort of limitations, right? But otherwise, EBS is a dedicated volume. We can access this EBS only from one instance at a time. Okay, but whereas EFS is a shared volume. It's a shared volume. Wherever your instance is there, in whichever availability zone it can be, we can access this EFS, and we can access this EFS from multiple instances at the same time. Guys, please go on mute. Okay, we can access this EFS from multiple instances at the same time because EFS is a shared volume, whereas EBS is a dedicated volume. Okay. So we can access this EFS from multiple instances at the same time. The main difference between EBS and EFS is that, the last point. Okay. And another thing is, if you want to mount to this EFS or attach to this EFS, store data to EFS, the instances must be of a Linux operating system. EFS supports only a Linux workloads. Okay, so if in order to mount to this EFS, we need to have only the Linux workloads. The EC2 instances must be of a Linux operating system. That is the reason we use the term mount. In Linux terminology, we say mount in order to say attach. Okay, now let's understand few things in order to successfully mount to EFS. Now that we learned that EFS is a shared volume, and then we have seen the differences between EBS and EFS. But now when it comes to explicitly EFS, yes, we know that we can share this EFS from multiple instances. But what are the things which we need to take care? First comes with the security group of the EFS. The EFS security group must have an NFS protocol open. NFS stands for Network File System. The concept of sharing a server from or a storage from multiple servers is not something new in AWS. Even in on-premises, we can do that. That is called Network File System. It supports that NFS protocol. Okay. The reason AWS is calling it as elastic because it is supporting scalability and elasticity. That is the reason it's called an elastic file system. It's a file system only, which can be shared from multiple servers. But because it is elastic, it's called elastic file system. Okay. So the EFS security group must have an NFS protocol in order to mount to this EFS from EC2. It's like this. I have a local machine and I have an EC2 instance. In order to access to this EC2 instance, in order to connect it to this EC2 instance, using SSH protocol, the EC2 instance security group must have SSH protocol open. Then only a local machine can connect to this instance using that protocol. The same way, if the EC2 instance need to talk to EFS, EFS security group must have an NFS protocol. Then only the EC2 can talk to EFS. First point. Second thing is the instances availability zones. So the instances availability zones must have the mount target enabled. So mount target is basically an interface. It's like creating an IP address for each availability zone, okay, not for instance. Please understand. The mount target will be created in the availability zone so that all the instances in this availability zone will be able to mount to this EFS through this mount target. It's like creating a path. It's like creating a way. Okay, so when you say mount target is enabled, it will create an IP address for this availability zone so that the instances will be talking to this EFS through that IP address. Okay, so the instance availability zones must have the mount target enabled. Third thing is the instances must be of NFS clients. So this NFS server, like a file server or a file system. In order to access a server, we have to have a client. So the instances must be of NFS clients in order to talk to a server. Okay. So we can just make this instance an NFS client just by installing a simple software. Okay. Now, if you don't know the difference, the relation between client and server, if you have a Facebook application on a server, okay, or an EC2 instance, this becomes a server. It has an application deployed on this. Now, as a user, you are accessing this Facebook application. You will become a client. And the server, the application can be anything. If you take Gmail, anything, any application. So we will be the client to access this application. Okay, it's a client server model. Yeah. So server is basically serving the clients. Means I make a request as a client. The server will serve, server, if you take a real exact meaning of it, it serves the request. I make a request, it gives response to me. That is the reason it's called a server. Okay, so this is a server, a file system, which has some sort of data. And these instances must be of clients in order to access that server. So that can be done by installing a simple software. NFS clients, there is a software, it's a package. I can just install it. Okay, now if we can satisfy these conditions, then yes, the instances will be able to mount to this EFS. Any questions, please?
Just to summarize the main points. So for EFS to work, it should have NFS protocol installed, and it should have the NFS port enabled in the security groups. It's basically like an NFS share, right? And you're mounting it to the client, that is the instance.
See, when you say it needs to work, not exactly needs to work. If the EC2 need to store data to EFS, then this. Okay, we can just create a file system, not a problem. In order to store, yes.
Okay.
These things has to be taken care.
And when you say target, it means that it has its own IP, or it's just an interface, that's all, to connect to the EFS?
As I said, it's an IP.
Oh.
It's an interface, it's an IP.
It's like a
It is an
private link.
interface. It is an interface. How it creates an IP address or it makes an interface. It's both.
Okay. And one single IP can be used for, now let's say we have 2 or 3 instances, or for each instance, one IP or one.
For each
interface.
availability zone, one IP. So that is the reason I said we have to have a mount target for availability zone. So that all instances will be able to access through mount target. Means one IP per availability zone.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. In fact, for subnet, we actually do it for subnet because we haven't discussed about subnets. I'm just going to higher level, which is availability zone. So if someone asks what is EFS, then what should be your answer, or what will be your answer?
It's a scalable elastic file system.
In fact, you just need to say it's a shared volume. That's the first point. Because there are a lot of services which are scalable. Okay. Now, when I'm explaining any service, you should know what is uniqueness in that particular service. Okay. So EFS is a shared volume. Even though EBS and EFS both are volumes for our EC2 instance, EBS is a dedicated volume, EFS is a shared volume. Okay. Now, if someone asks how many, how many instances can access this EFS at a time, we can access this EFS from thousands of instances, not 1 or 2, thousands. Yeah. So let me just move to the next step because you don't have any questions. Now, what we'll do, we'll try to implement this in the console. Yeah. So first of all, we'll create a security group which has NFS protocol. Okay. And then we'll create EFS with this security group enabling the mount targets. We launched 2 EC2 instances in 2 different availability zones to show you that the instances, 2 instances can access the EFS at the same time. So we launch 2 instances in 2 different availability zones. And we access or we connect to this EC2 instance. From our local machine. Okay, so we'll try to connect to do these EC2 instances from our local machine. Now, once we connect, we can start running commands into it. So we'll make this instance as NFS clients by installing a simple package, and we will mount it. So there will be a command where we can just say mount, and then you can give that command so that a connection will be established. Okay. Once a connection is created or established, now if I create a file from the first instance, like for example, a.txt, it should be reflecting from second instance also. So if I create from first instance, I should be seeing this file from second instance also, because both instances are sharing the common volume. In the same way, if I create a b.txt from the second instance, it has to be reflected from first instance also. So whatever the files which we create from any one of the instances, it should be reflecting from both the instances, because both instances are using the as common volume. That would be the 6th step and the last step. So what we are trying to prove here, EFS is a shared volume, and EFS is a region specific. Means we can access this EFS from multiple availability zone instances. Any questions, please?
One question.
Please go ahead.
Yeah. So you said like the IP it uses of the availability zone, no?
Sorry.
IP of the availability zone will be users to mount it.
It creates an IP address per availability zone, I said.
Yeah. So that IP address will be same, or it will be a different for the another user in the same availability zone.
You don't see any explicit IP address while you are mounting to EFS. Okay.
Okay.
It will internally create it for us. So the architect can see, like we can see that IP address, but while you are connecting to this EFS or while you are mounting it, you don't see any IP address as such.
Okay.
Okay, so it will be, you will just run a mount command and it will connect, and then you'll start storing data into it. That's it.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Now, first of all, let's create a security group which has an FS protocol. Again, I'm saying that you are not supposed to do with me. I'll give you time. You can do it later, because this way you will not learn and you will not be concentrating on this work. So just give me a moment. I will. Share my screen again. Okay. Voice is slow. Is it same for everyone?
Yeah, madam.
Okay. Any better? I changed it.
Yes, better now.
It should be fine. Yeah. I'm just deleting all the other security groups which are already there just to look neat. Okay. So I cannot delete a default security group. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm just creating a security group. Just look into the screen. Please don't do it. Yeah. So if you ask me any questions, I will explain how to do it at the end only. Okay. In between, don't ask any these questions like how to create a security group. Show me again. No. Okay. So you can just click on a security group and add an NFS protocol. And I'm just creating a security group. Okay. Security group. The next step is creating an EFS. So EFS is a new service. Okay. So you can go to EFS from the search bar, and it's a managed file storage for EC2. Okay, you can just click on create a file system. There are ways to create a file system. One is like giving a name and then you can straight away create it, but we can customize it also. Let's customize and to see a lot of options here. So you can just give a name. Okay, so I will just name it as EFS. And by default, the data would be stored redundantly in all availability zones within the region. But if you want to specifically store in only one availability zone, then you can select that. But by default, EFS is a region specific. So I'll go with the standard one because I will be creating 2 instances in 2 different availability zones. And coming to the automated backups. So AWS can automatically create a backup for our EFS if you enable it, but AWS will cost that for us. So I'm just disabling this. Now coming to the lifecycle management, in EFS, you have 2 different storage classes. One is standard, other one is standard infrequent access storage class. Okay. So standard is basically used to store the frequently accessed data. Let's assume you went for a vacation and then you have taken some pics and then you came back. And once you come back, you would be looking into those pics very frequently initially, right? But over a period of time, the frequency would reduce, correct? Yeah. So the same way, even in organizations in real time, you would be creating few files and you would be using those files very frequently in the initial time, but later the frequency would reduce, right? But in AWS, what we can do is we can keep our data in standard storage class for frequently accessed data, okay? And we can keep the data in standard infrequent access storage class if you are accessing less frequently, so that you will be paying differently for two different storage classes. Okay, so you need not pay the same amount for frequently accessed data and infrequently accessed data. Okay, so by moving the data to standard infrequent access storage class, you can save up to 80 to 90% off. You'll have good discount when compared to standard. Yeah. So now you can automate that using a lifecycle management. So let's assume that I have not accessed a file for 30 days. If I don't access a file for 30 days, I want to move to infrequent access storage class. Maybe if I don't access for 90 days or 60, or doesn't matter, I don't want to move to standard infrequent access storage class, you can keep it as none. If you want to move, you can automate it. Let's assume that I have kept it as 30. If I have a file in EFS and I haven't accessed it for 30 days, it will move to transition into infrequent access storage class. Now, if you want to change the standard infrequent to standard again, means transition out of infrequent access. Okay, on the first access, it's like this. So for 30 days, I didn't access a file. So initially it will be in standard. Okay. Now for 30 days, I didn't access this file. So it moved to standard infrequent. Now this, the file is in standard infrequent storage class. Now later, again, I accessed after 30 days. Okay. So as soon as I accessed on the first access after moving to standard infrequent class, I want to move to standard again. If that is the case, you can just select as first access. On first access, I want to come out of the infrequent access storage class. Otherwise, you can keep it as none. So if you keep it as none, even after moving to infrequent access storage class, if you access that file, it will be still in infrequent access storage class only, where you'll be paying less. Okay, but for the demonstration, I'm just keeping both as none only. Now, if you want to encrypt your file system, you can enable encryption, but I'm not doing it to save the cost. And coming to the throughput and performance. So throughput would be bursting and performance is general purpose. So you can keep it in bursting and general purpose if you're accessing the EFS from multiple instances. But if you are accessing like from hundreds of instances or thousands of instances, then you need to go for enhanced and max IO. Okay, because see, if thousands of instances are accessing the EFS has to respond to the inputs, like giving an input and it is giving an output. But at the same time, it has to maintain the speed also. So the performance as well as the throughput should be there. Okay, so for initially for few instances, it's absolutely fine to go for bursting and general purpose. But when you need more IOPS or more throughput, then you go for enhanced and max IO. So guys, please don't enable them. Straight away it will cost you, okay? So tags are optional. I can go to next. So here comes with the mount targets. Okay, you see? So you can have a mount targets for a default network. And this mount targets will be created for each availability zone. Okay. And if you see here, you can remove it if you don't want to enable mount targets. Maybe I want to enable for only 1A and 1B. Yes, I can remove others, but I'll just keep everything by default. And if you see here, the default security group is got selected. So I'll just remove this and I will select the security group which we have created now. Okay. So we will create an EFS with this security group. Yeah. So I will just click on security group and select the NFS. Okay. I mean, selection is little different. So you see, I'm doing some, like I just need to click on this security groups. I have to select this and I just need to click outside. Then it will be selected. Okay. So what I'm doing, I'm just adding my security group, which we have created. Third step is a file system policy. It's an optional one because there is a service called IAM, which we explicitly define policies, what to access, who to access what. Okay, that is an option. So we will also keep it as optional. And we'll go to the next step, where you can see all the options you have chosen. If you want to change it, we can edit it, and we can modify it, and we can create it. I think I'm good with whatever the options I have chosen, and I'm just creating the file system. It takes a while, it's not much. Okay, so now that we created the file system with this security group, enabling mount targets for these availability zones. Now, what's the third step? Launching 2 instances in 2 different availability zones. Easy, right? Read multiple times. So what I'll do, I'll just go to instances and I launch 2 instances, one in 1A and the one in 1B. I would say instance 1, I would choose Ubuntu, a TG Micro. Okay, so Ubuntu TG Micro, and I will choose some existing key pair. And here I will select 1A. Okay, see 1A availability zone. And I need to connect, so I'll open it. I keep this SS protocol open, and I'll stick with the default route table, and I will launch my instance. Okay. Now, by the time the first instance is ready, I will launch the second instance in 1B. So I would name it as instance 2. I'll select Ubuntu, TG Micro. Same keeper or different keeper doesn't matter, okay? So I'm just going for the same keeper. This time I will launch an instance in 1B, the default security group, the default route table, default security group and storage. And I'm just launch instance. So now that I launched instances in 2 different availability zones, 1A and the one in 1B. Okay, so now we just launched. Now let's go and connect to these instances from your local machine. So I'm in the keeper folder where I have my pen files. Okay. So what I'm doing is I'm just trying to connect to these instances. From my local machine at the same time, so that you can parallelly see what's happening within this instance. Okay. Yeah. Now the best practice is changing the pen file permission chmod 400 the pen file name, and then I'll connect. So this is the first instance. I'll connect the first instance from this git bash screen, and then second from the second screen. Okay. So I would say ssh-i the pen file Ubuntu the rate of the first instance IP address. Okay. I would say it as yes. And the same way, I'll try to connect to the second instance by using the second instance public IP address. Okay. So if you can see here, this is the first instance IP address. This is the second instance IP address. They are different. Okay, but I'm just connecting in parallel. Yeah, but we know that as soon as we connect to an instance, there is a mandate command which we need to run. Right? So let's do that. Okay, let it update. Now let's go to whiteboard. Now that we connected to these instances from our local machine, now the fifth step is making this instance as NFS clients and mount it. But let me just install this NFS client, then we will talk about mount, how we will mount, etc. Yeah. Now, in order to install these NFS clients, let me elevate myself into sudo foo, basically from Ubuntu to root. Okay, just to get full permissions. So sudo means I'm taking the root permissions to become a root user, a super user. Su means super user. Okay. Now let me install this NFS clients. Okay. So the command that goes this way: sudo apt-get install NFS common. I'll do it from the second instance as well. Sudo apt-get install NFS common. Okay. Now let it install the NFS client. Now coming to the mount. So first of all, what I will do is I already connected to this instance, okay? And I'll create a folder. I'll create a folder in this EC2 instance. And I will mount this folder to the EFS. Okay. So I'll mount from this folder. I'll mount this EFS to this folder so that whatever the files which I store in this folder will actually store in the file system. Okay. So I'm creating a dedicated folder for the file system so that whatever the files which I store will be in the file system. Understood? So let me create a folder in each EC2 instance. So my folder name in Linux, we say it as a directory, okay? mkdir make directory, I would say EFS. So my directory name is EFS. So I can give it as my name also, okay? But I'm just giving it as EFS. Now when I said ls, I could see that there is a folder which is created called EFS. Now what I have done, my folder name is EFS. Now I'll mount the file system to this EFS. Okay, so how do I do it? So for that, you need to go to the file system. You need to click on the file system. On the right hand top, you have attach. Okay, you just click on this attach. And you see, using the NFS client, this is the command. You can just copy it. You don't worry about remembering as well. Okay, so just copy this using the NFS client, and then you can paste it here. Okay, so it is saying sudo mount, and it is giving some sort of parameters where you need not worry about it. But you see here, it is file system fs-062. This is the file system ID. Okay, .efs, the region, AWS, Amazon AWS.com, and then /EFS. You see, if you can see here, I am mounting the file system to this folder. Okay, I know that in the command there is a folder called EFS. That is the reason I created the EFS with the same folder name. But if you have created with your name, for example, so you just need to remove that EFS and you need to give your name. Okay, but my folder name is EFS, so I'll give EFS only. But if your folder name is different, please don't forget to change this and give the folder name or the directory name which you have created. Okay. Now, when you just run this mount command and when you say enter, okay, when you say enter, it shouldn't be saying, giving you any message, any error, not even a message. Okay. It should just go for the next prompt. If it is giving a message on error, that means your mount is not successful. Usually this will be a challenging part for you while you are doing the lab. Usually the mount will not, as I said, this will be a challenging part. Okay. So if you do the steps correctly, then yes, like the steps correctly, then definitely you'll be able to mount it. Okay. Now that I successfully mounted to the file system. Okay. Now let me create the files. So now if you see here, I mounted to the file system, right? Now I mounted this file system to this folder. Now whatever I create in this folder, it will be stored in the file system. Okay. Now what I will do, now I am in Ubuntu folder, Ubuntu directory. Let me move to the EFS directory and then I'll create files. Okay. So in order to go to this directory, I would say cd space EFS. Now previously I'm in Ubuntu, now I am in EFS. Now I'm inside the folder. Okay. Same thing from here also. I'm inside the folder of EFS now. Now if I say ls, so I have nothing because I don't have any file. Just now I created the folder. Okay. Now let me create a file. So in order to create a file, we say touch file1.txt. Touch file1.txt. Now when I say ls, there is no surprise if I see it from here, but will I be able to see it from here? It should be, because both instances are actually accessing to the same file system. Okay. Now let me create a file from the second instance. Touch file2.txt. And when I say ls, I should be, I'm seeing here, but I should be seeing from first instance also. You see? So whatever the files which I create from any one of the instances, it should be reflecting from both the instances. Because the EFS is a shared volume. Any questions, please?
I have one question. While you launching the EC2 instances, so you added into the security group, right? First whatever you created SG.
This one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, like while launching the EC2 instance. So
EC2
that
instance.
that mount targets is there, no? Like how you set up that.
No. I didn't create the mount targets while launching the instance. I created the mount targets while creating the EFS.
Okay.
So while creating the EFS, the second step is enabling mount targets only. By default, the mount targets are enabled for all availability zones. We'll not do anything on EC2, okay? We just create it after connecting to this instance from a local machine. Then we will try to mount to this EFS. But for availability zone, I have enabled when I am creating the EFS itself. Understood?
Basic thing. You done the.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Yeah. You have done sudo su, right? The EC2. So is the default that the sudo access will be available, or just asking? So in some EC2 instances, normally for some users we need to restrict the sudo access, right? So
see, we are connecting as a root C. We are the owners for these instances. So I'm just using sudo su because while mounting, it shouldn't be throwing any error.
Who will be having the root credentials?
Because we are the owners now for that instances.
How do I know the root credentials?
Anil, I already told you to speak a little louder, okay? I can't understand your question, so maybe I'm not able to answer you correctly. Keep your microphone near.
Asking the root credentials, how can I know if I want to log in directly with the root? Or is there
see,
any way?
sudo su is something which is Same for everyone, for any operating system or Linux operating system. To get the root access permissions, we just say sudo su. How do we know? If we don't have permission, then we go for sudo su.
If I want to restrict some users to sudo, so for that I'm asking.
Again, now you're asking about how to work on Linux operating system. Anil, for that we need to learn Linux. Okay. This is nowhere related to AWS. So if you learn Linux, then you will know how to control the permissions. There is nothing to do with AWS. Understood?
Madam, can you show me that security group you created, parameters, that's all, for NFS protocol?
So this one?
Yep.
What do you want me to show?
Inbound rules.
NFS protocol. Oi. You are doing now from day one. If you 1 second, let me show you. NFS protocol.
Got it. Source, I was worried, like from anywhere or
anywhere only.
Okay.
One more question.
See, by default, we are not restricting anyone. Okay, we are just keeping it as anywhere. Yeah, definitely in real time they change it. They will add what is exactly required and all. But now we are keeping it as anywhere. Okay.
Yeah, Anupma, you created 2 files, right, on the instance, and it was showing on 2 instances. So is there any way to see those data from the console?
No. See, how can you see what is inside? Console is just you can see that, okay, there is a virtual machine created.
No, not from instance, from the EFS point of view.
No way. See, you can't do it for EBS also. See, even if you have some data in EBS, it is the same that it's volumes. Volumes are created. The volume is created. There's a file system which is created. That's it. No, you can't see. Because you can access to EFS only through EC2, okay? Understanding?
Yeah, normally in real time, no, like from the storage, if they attach some file system to Unix server, I think from the storage also they can view the data by logging into.
Unix server means Unix server means again it's a server only, right? Like an EC2.
No, from the server to client here, if the storage server is the server, instance is the
Okay.
client. In
See,
that point of
got it. See, EFS is a managed service, means you are seeing EFS, but EFS will be on a server. So what you're saying is in real time, they can connect to the server and they can see the data. But here, we don't see that EC2 instance, on which EC2 instance the EFS is there. It is managed because AWS will not, it is managed, means you don't see that underlying EC2 instance or the server, whatever you're saying. Understood?
Yeah. Okay.
So that is the reason it's not possible to see the data or to connect directly.
Anywhere we can get logs, madam, like in case if there's something wrong with the EFS instance, like if like you're not able to CloudWatch. Okay, we have to attach CloudWatch or
no, by default it is integrated. If you want to see what is the status, you can use CloudWatch. For logs, you can go for CloudTrail. You have a lot of options. Okay, if you wanted to change some sort of configurations, you have config. So what exactly you are looking for depends on what service to use.
like in real-time scenario, if we have to troubleshoot or something, that I asked. That's what.
Okay, troubleshoot what?
issues with data being read or written, like we don't get to do, or everything we have to log it to Amazon. Like, I'm not familiar with how this environment works.
No,
for an architect.
Please ask your question in a different way, or ask it again. Let me understand your question.
Like, madam, like now let's say, for example, in a real-time project, we have to provision this to the client. So something wrong happens or they are not able to access it properly. So that time, do we have to do some initial troubleshooting or log complete, because they don't give us access. Amazon doesn't give us access to this EFS. Like, we
Once
just
EFS is
select logs
created,
and log.
okay. No. See, logs will be for audits. Okay, 1 second. See, if you are creating EFS, okay, you are creating a firewall which has an NFS protocol open, and we are enabling the mount targets. So we are doing necessary things. That is the reason we successfully connected. Now, if you are not able to do it, it is not that we need to look into the logs. You need to check what is the configuration of the EFS. Why you're not able to mount it. Correct now?
Yeah.
So you need to check whether the EFS is created correctly, whether the client, whatever you're saying, the client is connecting to this EFS in a proper way or not. So that has to be educated like to the client.
This is okay.
Sorry?
No. I was thinking from the service point of view. This is infrastructure as service. Okay.
EFS is not an infrastructure as service.
It's a storage, na madam. They're providing us storage.
Storage. But why it is not IaaS? Because you are not managing the servers. So it is not IaaS.
Okay.
See, when you say IaaS, you see the first module of mine, the material. So
Yeah,
IaaS is where we will be managing.
You said there were 3 categories. On premises means everything we manage. Infrastructure means only infrastructure part. Software means only software. The rest Amazon will do. You said.
There is a platform also. So yeah, infrastructure means where from operating system you manage. See, while creating EFS, did I selected which operating system? What is the instance type? No, right?
No, we did. You didn't.
We didn't. So it is not IaaS service. Okay, if you are doing from the operating system, like for EC2, it's IaaS service.
Okay.
At least now, okay. Now that I could see a lot of confusion you're having with different services and all. Now I completely understand, or I completely know that you guys are not revising the previous week sessions before you're coming to the next session. So you're losing the touch. Okay, so my sessions would be like a staircase. Okay, so you need to understand the first step before you understand the second step. And make sure you're not forgetting it. You might be getting the concept of it, okay, but few things. See, whatever each and every line which I speak is very equally important in every aspect, because I always refer my previous sessions to understand the present concept. Okay, so you need to revise the previous sessions. Make sure you make a notes. So at least you will see your notes before you come to the next session. Okay. Any other questions, please, before I go for cleanup? Okay, so let me just terminate the instances and delete the EFS. So terminate, we know how to do it, yeah? So go to instances, select the instances, instance state, terminate. And for EFS, select the EFS and click on delete. It says the destructive action because, see, we are sharing this EFS. Now, EFS is a shared volume. So it is just asking, are you sure? Because if you can't retrieve it. Okay, so we just click on confirm by copying the EFS ID. Okay, it takes a little while because it deletes mount targets and then it will delete the file system. Yeah. Okay, so now it's deleted. My voice is low again. Any better? Yes. Yeah, okay. So will you do it now? Yeah, deleting security group is not mandated because, as I said, for security groups, AWS is not going to charge you. But yeah, again, as I said, if you want to keep it neat and if you want to delete everything, yes, please delete the security group. You can delete the key pairs also. Okay. So you have a lab document, which is lab 3 EFS. Okay. So you can just follow the document and complete the EFS. Maybe you can just take a 1 hour or so. Probably you can complete by 45 minutes so that I'll give you a half an hour break and then we'll start with S3, a new service again altogether. It's an interesting service, S3. Okay. So S3, we will see a lot of features and we will do a small hands-on as well. As I said, it's just for practice. Okay. So if you could complete it on time, yes, we will have time and I can give you time for practicing S3 also. Otherwise, yeah, I cannot give you time for S3 hands-on. It's completely up to you. It depends on this hands-on. Okay. So let me create the breakout rooms for you. And you can start doing it. Please open the Drive link and follow the steps there. Okay. Any questions before I open the breakout rooms? Okay. So please do join. And call me for help if you have any questions. Yes, Santosh, if everyone is completed with the lab, then yes. So probably I'll wait another 4 minutes and then I'll just pull everyone to the main session and I'll give a break. Okay. Fine, Santosh. You might be a part of breakout room 7. That's fine. If you are done, you can come to the main session. So I assume that you're done. Hello, everyone. So guys, let's take a break. Yeah. And we'll see if you have any questions after the break. Okay.
Okay.
And people
Yes.
have completed, please do the cleanup. Yeah. So after the break for 10 minutes, I can just fix if you have any questions. And then
Okay.
we'll start with S3. It's almost an hour. Okay.
Okay.
Happy break, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, is everyone back?
Yes.
Okay. So shall I start with S3 service, or do you have any questions? Anyone? Okay. So let me share my screen and start with S3.
Yeah, hello, ma'am. I have one doubt.
Yeah.
When I connected to trying to connect using like mounting the NFS, like it's showing connection timeout.
Share your screen.
Yeah.
Share your whole screen. Sachin, how can I help you if you're sharing only one screen? Okay. So go to the console. I think you're on mute, okay? So just give me the control. Thanks. So please don't touch the screen. So let me check your security groups first. Okay, you have created the security group. It's fine. You created a security group, but you didn't add NFS protocol.
But I added it in
So why
outbound.
it is not there? You shouldn't be touching the outbound.
Oops.
Have you created the folder? See, it got
Yes, sir. Yeah.
mounted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. S3. S3 stands for Simple Storage Service. S3. So this is also a storage service. So far we discussed about EBS and EFS. We know the differences between both of them, right? Now, when coming to the S3, S3 is also a storage service. Okay. And this is a storage for internet. S3 is a storage for internet. Now, when I say storage for internet, for example, if you want to store data to EBS or EFS, you have to have a server, like you have to have an EC2 instance in order to store data either to EBS or EFS. But S3 is not like that. You need not have EC2 in order to store data to S3. Okay. It doesn't mean that EC2 cannot talk to S3. No, it can. The EC2 also, through EC2 also we can store to S3. But S3 alone can be used to store the data. It's a storage for internet. I can compare this S3 with a Google Drive. In order to store data to a Google Drive, you will be creating a folder and then you will be uploading files, relevant files into it, right? The same way, in order to store data to S3, the first thing which we need to do is creating a bucket. A bucket is a main level folder. In S3, we call it as a bucket. It's a main level folder. Okay. And when you are creating a bucket, you would be selecting a region. So S3 is region specific. We create a bucket in a region. Means whatever the files, whatever the data which is in this S3, it will be replicated in multiple copies in multiple availability zones within the region. So S3 is region specific. EC2 is AZ specific. Even EBS is AZ specific. Now EFS is both AZ as well as region. So by default, it is region specific. If you want, you can also keep it in one availability zone. Okay. But again, S3 is a region specific. Okay. So yes, it is good to know what is the boundaries, what is the limitation of a particular service. Is it an AZ specific or region specific or global one? Okay. Now, once we create a bucket, then we can start uploading the files into that S3 bucket. And the files which we upload in S3 bucket are called objects. Okay. So any file in an S3 bucket is called an object. It's a terminology. Okay. So folder, files, right? But in S3, bucket, objects. Bucket is a main level folder, and the objects are the files which you upload into S3 bucket. And the object can be of any type. When I say any type, it can be an MP3, it can be MP4, it can be document, PDF. You can upload any kind of a file into an S3 bucket. And an object, a single object can be from 0 KB to 5 terabyte. Okay, an object can be from 0 KB to 5 terabyte. If a single object can be up to 5 terabyte, what would be the bucket capacity? It's unlimited. You can store unlimited number of objects into an S3 bucket. Okay. So S3 bucket will never run out of space. It supports unlimited storage. So this is the basic terminology which you need to understand when you are going for S3. So the first thing which you need to do in order to store data is creating a bucket, and then you can upload the objects into this bucket. And an object can be from 0 KB to 5 terabyte, a single object. And bucket supports unlimited capacity. You can upload any number of objects, any kind of objects.
5 TB is the maximum size. So 5 TB is the maximum size. Okay.
Now, how many buckets I can create in an account? I can create 100 buckets per region, per account. Not region, per account. I can create 100 buckets. If I want to, see, bucket itself supports unlimited capacity. Okay. I don't know why people will have more buckets, but it's absolutely fine. So if you want to increase the number of buckets, you can go maximum of 100, but it is a soft limit. When I say it's a soft limit, you can increase the number by raising a request to AWS with a business justification. Okay, where you can go till 1,000. So 1,000 buckets is a hard limit. So beyond that, you cannot go per account. Soft limit is 100 buckets. Hard limit is 1,000. Okay, so that's about an S3, a bucket. and objects. Okay, now let's see the features of the S3. Let's assume you have a bucket, okay, and I just uploaded a file, okay, and this file is having hi as a content. So when you upload into an S3 bucket, that object will be uploaded into S3 bucket with whatever the content it has. Okay. Now in my local machine, I have changed this contents to hello. And if I re-upload, okay, after changing the contents, if I re-upload into S3 bucket with the same object name, it would just override the existing one. That means you're actually losing the previous version of the object. So if you accidentally upload another file with the same name, if there is an already of an object with the same name, it will just go and override straight away. So what happens is you will be losing the previous versions of the object. But if you want to keep the previous versions of the object also, you can simply enable this versioning. You can enable this versioning. Now, if you enable the versioning and if you re-upload this time, S3 will create another object into this bucket with the same object name, with different contents, with different version IDs. Now, these two objects are uniquely identified with the version IDs. Okay, now they are unique with having a unique version ID, and AWS randomly generates this version ID. We don't have control over it. Now, if I re-upload with the same object name, with the same contents again, S3 will create another object with the same contents. So what I want you to understand here is, irrespective of whether the object is having same contents or different contents, after enabling the versioning, if you re-upload the same object again and again, it will create different versions of the same object name. Okay, so probably if you take a court case, so usually court case will be solved in months or years. Okay, so for every hearing, you can just upload that particular files, so that if you wanted to know the how the case was progressed over a period of time, you can just download different versions of that case files and you can refer that. Okay, so versioning can be used if you want to keep the previous versions of the same objects. Okay, yes, Aditya, we can store any kind of an object into S3 bucket. Yes, you can even store a .exe file also. Okay, so versioning is basically keeping the multiple variants of the same object. That's it. It's a very simple feature. So when you are enabling the versioning, you need to understand few things. One thing is, once you enable, you cannot disable, okay? But you can suspend it. Suspending means going forward, when you upload, it will not create any versions. It will just keep on replacing the existing one. But the previous versions will be unaffected. Okay. So once you enable the versioning, you will have multiple versions of the same object. And if you don't want to create versioning or the versions of that object, we can suspend it. If you suspend, going forward, whatever the objects which we create, it will not create any versions. But the previous versions also will be unaffected. It will not impact the previous versions. It will be there. But disabling means deleting the previous versions also, which we don't want it. That is the reason even AWS is also not supporting disabling. So once you enable it, you cannot disable it. You can suspend it. So disabling means deleting the previous versions also, which usually we don't want it. Even AWS is not allowing us. That's the first thing. The second thing which you need to understand when you're enabling the versioning is the cost. See, let's assume I have uploaded an object. That object is of 10 GB. I enabled the versioning and I just uploaded 10 times. That's it. I should be able to afford for 100 GB of storage cost. I mean, approximately. Okay. So you should be make sure that you are enabling the versioning only when you need it. If your objects are very huge and if you enable the versioning and then if you're uploading multiple times, yes, there will be a cost for the storage. But just for enabling the versioning, AWS is not going to cost you. Okay. But if you enable the versioning, like each file will be having multiple versions, right? So you may need to pay for the storage cost. Okay, that's about the versioning. Any questions, please?
One question here. Anu, suppose now we are populating data into S3 bucket through some programs, okay? And so there are subsequent programs, maybe batch file where this uploaded data is getting again fetched and further processing is happening. And if suppose versioning is on, and so it will create some different file name if existing file is already there, right? So the subsequent flow.
No. Different file name will not be created, no? Same file.
Okay, but you said like it's with versioning we will have that v1 or v2 will be.
That is version ID for this file object name. This is the object name.
Okay, so in that case, so file will have the same name, but multiple copies would be there of same file name. So how would the person know which file to access?
See, whenever someone is accessing it, it will by default, it will retrieve the latest version of it.
Okay. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And hello.
Yeah, Aditya.
And ma'am, suppose I'm from backend code, if I'm calling S3 endpoint and downloading the file, I mean, taking the file and reading it in my code logic. So like then that URL I can access from anywhere. So that is not secure. I mean, how will it know that actually I am calling my own AWS account is calling that and I need it in my code because my code is not running on AWS account. It is running on suppose some company server and I have is that security or authentication? If
we can have bucket policies if you want to add security, okay? For example, after launching an EC2 instance and then installing Apache, I'm just accessing the public IP address from the browser. How AWS is knowing that I am accessing that instance?
From public, if you are accessing, if you give that URL to me, I can also access your S3 content, right?
No. My question to you is, how AWS is knowing that I am accessing this instance by keeping the public IP address?
Not sure. Sorry.
Because the instance public IP address is the instance ones, right?
Okay.
The IP address is the instance IP address. So now if I access the IP address, anyone can access it. Okay. Now, if you want to control, you can define policies.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Some security mechanisms there.
Exactly. So that is where, if you talk about the programming language, there are SDKs. The third wave of accessing an AWS services is SDKs.
Okay.
Okay. So using a programming language, you can interact with the AWS services.
Okay. Okay. So some APIs or integrations are there.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Anu,
If you
one
go
more
to-
question, follow-up question.
Go ahead, go ahead.
How many versions would be there? Like, is there any number of
No,
versions?
no, nothing as such. There is no limit for having the versions. You can have many other versions. I never heard that it has a limit. Okay. So RTL, so SDKs and toolkits. So you can write and then call from any programming language. Okay. Now let's understand about the storage classes. Okay. So it's one of the important feature of S3, storage classes. Okay. So first comes with the standard storage class. The standard one. So let's assume you have some sort of data. Let's assume you have some data and you want to access the data frequently. And whenever you are accessing it, means I'm trying to get the data to my machine or retrieving it. It should be giving a millisecond response times. Like it should be immediately available. Then you can use standard. So the standard storage class will give you certain capabilities. I repeat, if you have some sort of data where you want to access it very frequently, and whenever you are accessing, it should be immediately available to you. Then you can keep your data in standard. For frequently access data, we have standard. We also have standard infrequent access. Now let's assume you have some data. You want to access it less frequently. You want to access less frequently. But whenever you are accessing, it should be immediately available to you like standard only. So whenever you're accessing, it should be immediately available to you, like in millisecond response times. Then you can keep it in standard infrequent. So for the frequently accessed data, infrequently accessed data. So why I need to go for standard infrequent? Can't I keep it in standard only? Yes, you can still keep it. AWS don't mind. But standard storage, standard infrequent access storage class will cost you less when compared to standard. So if you are accessing less frequently, what's wrong and keep it in standard infrequent? You can save the cost. And it's again, it's completely up to you. And by default, this is a default storage class. We also have one zone infrequent access. Okay, my voice is low.
It appears that you're from distant from the microphone.
Okay.
That's how we are hearing. Yeah. Now it's better.
Yeah. Now, okay, fine. So we also have one zone infrequent access. So we understood that S3 by default, when we are creating an S3 bucket, I said that we will be selecting a region. Okay. And in a region, you will have availability zones, correct? So we create a bucket in a region. Okay. And we will have different availability zones. So the region can be North Virginia, for example. So when you upload an object into an S3 bucket, that object would be replicated in multiple copies in multiple availability zones for high availability. It happens at the backend, okay? AWS, when you upload an object, it replicates in multiple copies in multiple availability zones for high availability. You would see only one record, you will see only one object, but at the backend, it replicates itself. So it says that it will usually store in greater than or equal to 3 availability zones. Okay. Now, if you choose one zone in frequent access, you are saying to AWS to store in only one availability zone. See, by default, it replicates in multiple copies in multiple availability zones. Okay. But if you choose one zone, you're explicitly saying to AWS that to store the data in in only one availability zone. So, for example, if AWS has chosen this AZ, and for some reason, if this AZ goes down, the user, yes, will face the downtime. No doubt in it. Means you're compromising in availability. Why? Because you're compromising in the cost. One zone in frequent access will cost you less when compared to the standard frequent access. Okay, so you can use one zone for a second backup. Yeah, you can use it for second backup. Okay. Next we have Glacier. In fact, in Glacier, we have instant retrieval. When we say Glacier is all about archival data, the backup data. Okay. Now, usually Glacier will cost you very less because it is used for, as I said, it's an archival data. So it uses magnetic tapes at the back end, or it uses a different mechanism. The hardware is not same because AWS will never reveal it. It is kind of judgmenting, because glaciers are used for archiving. Okay, so it uses a different hardware to store the data. So the cost would be less. Now, usually Glacier would be used in order to access the data like once in a while, means twice in a quarter or once in a month. Okay, so you can use Glacier for that. Now, you wanted to save the cost by storing in Glacier, but even though I'm storing it for backup, but whenever I'm accessing it should be immediately available to me in milliseconds only. Like standard will give you millisecond response times, right? So even though I'm storing in Glacier, but when I am retrieving, it should be immediately available to you, like in millisecond access. Then you can go for Glacier instant retrieval. Okay. We also have a Glacier flexible retrieval. Okay, we also have Glacier flexible retrieval. So again, in Glacier flexible retrieval, you have types. You have standard. In fact, before standard, You have expedited, expeditd, standard, and bulk. So you want to store the data in Glacier, but whenever you're retrieving, you wanted to retrieve in minutes, in 1 to 5 minutes. Yep, you can go for expedited. Okay. If you're okay to get the data in 5 to 8 hours, then you can keep it in standard. Yes. Okay. If you're okay to get the data in 8 to 12 hours, you can go for bulk. And again, you see, when you compare the cost when you're retrieving, bulk would be very, very less. It's almost free. And then standard and then expedited. Okay. So you can store in Glacier, but when you are retrieving, you can define whether you want to go for instant retrieval or a flexible retrieval. Again, in flexible, you have ways. Okay. We also have Glacier Deep Archive. Deep Archive, where if you want to store really deep, where it would take from, more than 12 hours. It may take days also, depending upon how much data you're retrieving it. Okay, so you can keep your data in Glacier Deep Archive if you want to access once or twice in a year, like very, very rare. I want the data, I want it, I want to keep it, but I don't access it much. Maybe if there is a requirement, then I may consider using it. But I want the data. So you can keep it in Glacier Deep Archive, where the Glacier Deep Archive is the cheapest and Stand is the costliest. Simple. Okay, so these are the different storage classes in S3. We also have the final one, which is intelligent tiering. It is a little different, okay? So intelligent tiering is if you are not aware of your data access patterns, means I'm not sure whether I access frequently. I don't know if I don't access frequently, or if I'm not sure about the data access pattern in simple terms. Okay, I have some data, but I'm not sure whether I want to keep it in Glacier, I want to keep it in standard or standard infrequent. Then you can keep it in intelligent tiering. Intelligent tiering, what it would do, according to your data access patterns, if you're accessing frequently, it'll keep it in standard. If you're accessing less frequently, it'll keep it in standard infrequent. Okay. If you're not accessing for almost 90 days, it'll keep it in Glacier. If you're not accessing for 180 days, it'll keep it in Glacier Deep Archive. So according to your data access patterns, frequently, less frequently, or very rare, it will automatically change to different storage classes to save the cost. Okay. So this can be used if you're not aware of it. But if you're very much sure about your access patterns, yes, you can choose any of the storage classes. Yeah. Any questions, please, in the storage classes?
How charging happens on this, like depending on the storage class or the data which we are storing? Like
Data is separate, storage classes. See, when I say storage class, depending upon the storage class, the cost would be there. Simply.
Okay. Which is the
Yeah.
highest? Standard IA.
Standard one.
Okay.
Anupama
So,
is
Anupam,
please proceed.
so we the AWS on itself creating copies of our data, right? So are we charged on that as well? Like suppose it's
See,
creating in every availability zone, right? Our data gets replicated in every availability zone. So will we get charged on all the copies or only one copy?
see, everything was included into the cost. AWS will not explicitly say that. You see, we are creating 3 copies, for example, or 5 copies, and if this is X, so we are costing 5X. No, nothing as such. Okay, everything is included into the storage cost.
Okay, okay.
Yeah. See, AWS creates multiple copies for availability from AWS end.
Oh, okay.
So it is making sure that the data is available. You know, it says that we will give you 99.9999999 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of durability. Means if you store 10 million files, in 10,000 years, you may lose 1 file. That is the durability they are giving.
Oh, okay. So now,
Okay.
Okay.
So I mean, the S3 is designed in that way. Okay. Now, for high availability, they are actually replicating. Go ahead with your question.
Okay. So now every region does not need to have 3 or more ACs, right? So some regions may have 1 or 2 ACs, or maybe 2 ACs is the minimum, right?
No, no, no. You see, no. As far as I know, 3 is the minimum.
Oh, okay.
If it is not, let me know. Okay, I'll also change my mind.
No, I'm asking like whether
No,
it's a
I
2 or it's
understand.
a.
See, no, Samarth. See, AWS will be keep on adding regions. Okay.
Okay.
So as far as I know, when I have seen the regions at one point of time, I could see only 3 everywhere, 3 or more than 3. But again, if AWS is actually creating only 2, please let me know. That's fine. See, I can be wrong. I cannot be up to date all the time because AWS will change their features every day. Okay. Just let me know. See, by default, it's 3.
Okay, now question, like now you said like 5 TB. There would be like a bandwidth required to upload that much data into S3. Right? It's because it's an internet storage, so it will take time. And suppose while uploading that data to S3 bucket, if there is any interruption, right, and data doesn't get fully copied on the S3 bucket, is there any feasibility provided by AWS wherein like it will allow you to partially load the data in, or maybe it will allow you to packet by packet it will transfer, and if some failures happens in the upload process, it will start from the point of failure. It should not start from the 0 again. Is there any?
There is a feature called multi-part upload in AWS. If you're
Okay.
uploading an object which is greater than 5 GB, it automatically go for multi-part upload where your object will be divided into multiple parts and it will upload in parallel. When I say it will upload in parallel, if this is a whole object, okay, it will divide into multiple parts and each part will start at the same time. Means if this part is taking 1 minute to upload, the whole object will be uploaded in 1 minute because all the parts will start at the same time. They'll upload in parallel. Okay. Now what happens is, because of this, the upload time will be fast. You minimize the time. Now coming to the availability or whatever, if you're having a spotty network, okay, if any part of, for example, let's assume this part is failed, you can restart this particular part. You need not restart the whole object, or you need not re-upload the whole object. You can just re-upload this part, re-upload this.
Okay. Okay, because why I'm asking this is like we have many file transfers happening, and we because of network issues, lot of time we end up spending many data on the network, because if some failures happens in the transfer, so we again have to start from square one.
Samarth, there is a service called data sync.
Okay.
In AWS, where if you have in on-prem, you have some data, okay, and you are trying to copy the data to the cloud. Okay, you can use data sync. No, so you will have some data here.
Okay.
Okay, and if you enable this data sync, this data will be copied here also.
Okay.
automatically.
Okay. Okay.
So
From
you
on-prem to
need not
cloud.
worry
Okay.
about uploading it manually or so.
Okay, got it. Thanks. Thanks, Anu.
Anupama, the glacier also like region level, right? Other than one zone, glacier.
Correct.
Yeah.
Sorry. See, except one zone, all other storage classes are region specific. Means they store the data in different copies in different availability zones. As I said, greater than or equal to 3 AZ.
Okay. If I choose one zone, so you told like if any downtime is there on that availability zone, downtime customer need to accept the downtime. So the downtime, how much AWS can provide, or later
No,
it got.
AWS is already saying that one zone you will face this. I think what do you call? See, it's completely up to you whether you want to go for one zone or not. Where you are facing, you are already knowing it that there is a risk of going that region availability zone go down. They're already informing it. They never say that we are giving 100% availability. So it's up to you to use it or not. That is the reason I told you can use this one zone infrequent access for second backup.
Okay. In other region, I can select one zone. Yeah, for backup.
Yeah, that can be. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So later it got restored again. Data will be available. Okay.
Anu, one more question, follow-up question on
You may
region
lose
specific.
also. You may lose also. Yeah.
So you said it's a region specific service. So suppose now we have a network in multiple regions, okay, and an S3 bucket is created in one specific region, and the person in another region is trying to access this S3 bucket. Will he be able to do it?
I'll address your question at the end. Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
And madam, this S3 hardware is totally different, or only for that? What do you say?
No. See, I never talk about. Let's don't talk about the hardware because AWS will never reveal that. So it's just an assumption that it is using a different hardware for Glacier because it is for archival. Okay. I explicitly told that we will not discuss because AWS never mentions anywhere. I mean, as far as I know. Okay. So we don't talk about it because it may create a problem in interviews.
Okay.
Yeah. So just say that, yes, it is used for archival data. It is less cost. Why it is less cost? It is designed like that. Okay. Why there is a service called S3? No, who knows? AWS has created it because it's a requirement for customers. So those kind of questions you need not even answer. Okay. If he's asking, maybe he's asking to confuse you. Let's not get confused. Okay. And if you're not aware of it in the interview, just be honest, saying as no, not a problem. Okay. Now let's see other simple features. Server access logging. So let's assume I have an S3 bucket and I wanted to know who is accessing this bucket. At what time, the request or the IP address, if you wanted to know who is accessing this bucket, what you can do is you can enable the server access logging. Server access logging. So it creates logs, whoever accesses this S3 bucket. Okay. Now, when you enable the server access logging, you need to create or you need to mention in which bucket you want to create the logs. See, when I enable it, that means you are allowing it to create logs. But of course, you need to show in where you need to create the logs. Okay. So you can give the same bucket to create the logs also. Okay. Or you can give a different bucket. So I will create another bucket 1 logs. And I'll give this bucket for creating the logs. If I have 2 buckets, this is the source, this is the target. If I have same bucket, this is the source as well as the target. Now let's assume you have 2 buckets, so source and target. Now the prerequisite is these 2 buckets these two buckets must be in the same region, the prerequisite. And it should be in the same account also. If you're having two buckets. Okay. Now, whenever S3 is creating a log, that log will have like the requester, the bucket name, the time, which action, if there's any error, any status. So it will give you almost all the details about that access. Okay, so that is server access logging. So server access logging would be used if you want to know who is accessing your bucket. We also have object lock. Object lock. So if you want to lock your object, you can enable this. Means if you don't want anyone to access your objects, modify it, delete it, you can enable this object lock. When you enable this object lock, you can define whether you want to lock this object for a particular period of time. Maybe like 1 year, I want to lock it. I don't want anyone to touch my files or objects, or forever. Yes, you can define. Okay. And you can enable this object lock while you're creating a bucket. While creating a bucket only, you can enable it. After creation of a bucket, you cannot enable it. But after creation of a bucket, if you want to enable it, you need to raise a request to AWS. As a customer, you alone cannot do. You need to check with the AWS that I want to enable this object lock for my existing bucket. Then yes, AWS may enable it for you. Okay. So in order to enable this object lock, versioning is mandate. You have to enable this versioning. There's a prerequisite. Now, coming to the encryption for S3, you have two types of encryption. One is server-side encryption. Other one is a client-side encryption. Okay. Server-side encryption. The encryption is happening at the server side. Who is at the server? AWS. So who is doing the encryption? AWS is doing the encryption. Straightforward. This is client-side encryption. The encryption is happening at the client side. So who is doing the encryption? The client or the customer. Okay, so in the server side, AWS will be doing the encryption process. In the client side, the customer would be taking the encryption process. But even though it is straightforward, the keys can be managed in multiple ways. The encryption keys. Okay, so AWS can manage the encryption. AWS can manage the keys as well. AWS can manage the encryption. AWS can allow the customer to create the keys in a platform created by AWS. Means AWS is having a service called KMS, Key Management Service, where you can create the keys and you can manage it. But the platform is AWS. So both are managing the keys indirectly. Or you can allow to manage to allow customer to manage the keys completely, like wholly. The whole process of creating the keys managing will be taken care by the customer. So, but encryption will be taken care by AWS only. Now, when it comes to customer side encryption, you can allow AWS platform to create the keys. Okay. So the customer can create the keys in a platform, which is KMS, and the customer will manage the keys. Or the customer will take care of the encryption as well as the keys completely. So in this last part, the AWS is not having any what do you call connection, he will not be the AWS will not be taking care of any part of the encryption. Okay, so nowhere it is related here. So AWS is completely out of the last one, where the customer is taking care of the encryption as well as the keys. Okay, so AWS is nowhere included here. But in all other cases, yes. That is encryption. Next, we have same region replication, cross-region replication. Okay, so let's assume I have, or I can straight away say I have North Virginia region. In fact, I have a bucket in North Virginia region, a bucket 1. Okay. Now, my partner is actually having a bucket in Mumbai region, a bucket 2. Okay. Now, whenever we have an understanding that this is my account, this is my partner account. Okay. Now, whenever an object is uploaded into this bucket, I want to replicate these objects in my partner bucket also. Maybe invoices or very important files which my clients would be using to upload it. Okay, so even I want my partner also to have those files. Okay, so what you can do is you can enable the cross-region replication, and you can enable in my account. Okay, giving your account, my partner account ID, the region and the bucket name, so that whenever my clients upload the objects into this bucket 1, it would be replicated in bucket 2. Okay, within 15 minutes. Within. Okay, now if my partner is having in the same region of mine, then I will enable same region replication and I will select my partner account ID, the region as well as the bucket, so that whenever an objects are uploaded into this bucket, this will be replicated in the bucket 3. Okay, so that is same region replication, cross region replication. Same region means it will replicate in the same region, maybe in different accounts or same accounts. Cross region means it replicates in different regions. It can be in same accounts or different accounts. Okay. Those are some of the features of S3. Okay. So there is another feature which is static website hosting. We can use S3 to host a static website. Okay, so when I say static website, it will have some HTML files, the CSS style pages, and some JavaScript. Okay, so when I say dynamic website, that means it has some sort of database. Static website means where it will just have a web pages in simple terms. Okay, so we can use S3 to host a static website where you can just, because it's storage service, you can just upload some HTML files into S3 bucket and you can enable the static website hosting and it will generate a URL. AWS S3 will generate a URL and using that URL, you can access this web pages. I'll show you in the hands-on, okay? That I'll show you a simple practice. You can also do it later. Okay, so S3 can be used to host the static website as well. Before I show you the hands-on, let me just cover this small topic, which is CloudFront. So let's assume I have an S3 bucket in region 1. Okay. But I have my customers globally. Okay. Now the users within this region will be able to access this bucket with low latency. But if you have your customers in other parts of the world, when they are accessing that bucket, they will have some latency issues. Definitely, yes. Okay, they will have some latency issues. So usually clients would complain that, see, whenever we are accessing, it is having some delay in accessing it, etc. So if you have a scenario in this way, what you can do is you can go and enable this CloudFront. CloudFront is a content delivery network if you're aware of it. If not, it is fine. So what this CloudFront will do, it enables the edge locations near to the customer locations. So they have their edge locations globally. Okay, they enable the edge locations. Edge locations are also the physical data centers of AWS, where they will have the cache. The frequently accessed data will be stored in the edge locations. It is used for caching. So now whenever a user is accessing, let's assume that he is trying to access an object, a.txt, and he's accessing for the first time after enabling the CloudFront. Because it is the first time, obviously this file will not be there in the edge location. Now, when you enable the edge location, the request will go to edge location first. Okay. So obviously, because it just enabled, this file will not be there. So the CloudFront, what it will do, it will go to the origin server, which is an S3 bucket. It will get the data. It will store in edge location. And it will retrieve to the user. This happens for the first time. But from the second time till the nth time, the same user or any user within this area, if they access this a.txt file, it will be immediately retrieved from the edge location for good performance and low latency. Okay, so it will reduces the latency and improve the performance. Okay, so this is the same for all other regions also. Okay, so the CloudFront is responsible for getting the data to the user whenever it is requested. It will get either from the edge locations if it is there. Otherwise, it will go to the origin server. Okay, so S3 is just one of the example. You can have any origin for CloudFront. Okay. Any questions, please?
How will the customer come to know that any updation or modification happens in?
It's breaking.
How about now?
Yes.
Okay. How the customer end user will come to know if any update is happened in the S3 level?
So
how
see,
it
no
will
customer.
get it updated?
Yeah. See, for example, you have a company. Okay, you have a website in S3. Okay. Yeah. Now, you know how frequently the website will update, right? Yes or no? No, you don't know.
Yeah.
If you own it, so let's assume the frequency is one month. So what you'll do is you will have an option called TTL, time to leave. Okay, so you can define the TTL for the CloudFront. So you say that 1 month. Now, after a month, the data which in the cache will be deleted. Okay, and it will go to the origin server. So it's completely up to us. Understood? Did I?
Yeah.
So we have an option called TTL. You can define that because obviously, right, CloudFront doesn't know whether it's updated data or not. So if you can define the TTL, yes, you will get the updated data. Any other questions? So did I answer the question which was asked previously by someone?
Yes, Samarth. I asked it about
Samarth, yes.
cross-region access. Yeah, maybe CRR will help us here. Yeah.
Cool. So if you have only one customer, CRR, otherwise CloudFront.
Yes. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? Let me, so that I can show you how to go for static website hosting. It's a simple hands-on. Once I explain in five minutes or so, I will give the remaining time to you to do the S3, host the static website, and you are good to leave. Okay, so let me share my screen now again. And I'll show you how to create a bucket. So I'm just in the S3 console. Okay, so you can just click on a create bucket. I already have a bucket which is here, but you can just ignore that. And your bucket name should be globally unique. Okay. Yeah. So your bucket name should be globally unique. Means no one in the world is supposed to have the bucket name which you are having it. For example, if you try to create a bucket called images, even though I don't have this bucket, but AWS will not allow you to create it. Okay, it means it was created by someone else in some other account by someone. So it should be globally unique. No one should have the bucket name which you're creating. Excuse me. Okay, and you cannot have uppercase. And you should be having a bucket name between 3 to 63 characters. No special characters except dot and hyphen. It's invalid character. You cannot have a bucket name which resembles like an IP address. No. Okay, so if you try to create it, it throws an error anyways, not a problem. But these are the things as the naming guidelines of S3. Okay, so what I'll try to create a completely unique name. I would say test, I would say demo. So you can have hyphen and you can also have date. So I'll just give the date so that it will be unique. At least I'll try. Okay. So next thing is defining a region. As I said, you will be defining in which region you want to go for. As usual, I'll go for a North Virginia, and here you will see the available regions for you. Okay, I'll be sticking with the North Virginia one. You can also choose the settings from an existing bucket. Means if you want, there is already a bucket which has some settings, and instead of enabling it again, you just want to copy the settings of an existing bucket. Yes, you can choose it. Optional, obviously. But I don't want to copy any settings. I just want to create from scratch. So I'll just ignore this. Now, because you're going for static website hosting. Oh, I closed the book, sorry. So when you're going for static website hosting, that means you want to access that website from internet, correct? That means you want to give access at the object level as well as bucket level. So at the object level, I should be enabling it. Okay. At the bucket level, I should be unblocking it. Block all public access, I'm disabling it. Means by default, the bucket is a private only. Okay, but if you want to go for some sort of like static website hosting, for example, obviously the website pages should be accessible from anywhere. Okay, so you have to keep it as disabled. Okay, and you may also need to acknowledge that yes, I'm completely aware that I'm making this bucket public. By default, AWS warns us saying that you see you're keeping it as public. That means you are sure that the objects can be public. Okay, so if you want to enable the versioning, you can enable it. You can add tags, which are optional. Encryption, you can enable it. Let me disable this. Okay. And advanced settings, we have object lock. We can enable the object lock while creating a bucket only. Okay, and this needs a bucket versioning to be enabled, as I said. So with these options, I'm just creating a bucket, and I'm hoping that my bucket name is unique. So it got created. Yeah. And I also wanted to show you one more thing. You see, I have created a bucket in North Virginia region. If I create in a California region, even that bucket will be seen in a single place. All the buckets of all the regions will be seen in a single place. Yes, that is the reason here, if you see, it shows us global. So in here, only here, okay, when if you see that in S3 global means all the buckets in all the regions will be visible in a single place. Okay, but bucket is region specific only. The reason, the meaning of global here means explicitly for S3 service. That means, as I said, all regions bucket will be there in a single place. Okay, I'm expressing this multiple times because this can be an interview question. If you're doing a cloud practice, a basic certification, it will be a certification question also. Anyways, now I just went into inside the bucket. Okay, now I can upload the objects into it. I can click on upload, and I have already got few HTML pages. You can use your own if you have any, or if you're into web development. Okay, so I can just select this pages and I can drag and drop as well. Okay, and I can click on upload. So before I upload, I can see the permissions if I have to change it, or I can see the storage class. By default, it is in standard. Okay, so by default, it's storing greater than or equal to 3 availability zones. Only in one zone, it is 1. Okay, encryption, and I can just click on upload. So it will be blue, like while uploading. Once it is done, it will turn green. That means the upload is successful. If it is red, that means it is not successful. You need to cross check what's wrong with this. Okay, now that I have uploaded the objects, now let's enable the static website hosting. So in order to do that, you just need to go to properties. You have a lot of properties, like if you have versioning, you have giving a tags. If you want, you can encrypt it. Okay, so there are some sort of configurations, server access logging. We'll talk about CloudTrail is another service, event notifications. So object log again. See, it's disabled, you can't do it. Yeah. So you have a lot of properties. Now, the property which we are discussing is static website hosting. So you can just click on edit. You can enable the static website hosting, host a static website, and you have to give your home page name. So the home page name here is index.html. So you have to give index.html. If your home page name is home.html, you can give home.html. Okay. And you can also give error page also, because if you're trying to access a page or an object which is not there in the S3 bucket, it directs to an error page. Okay, so it's just an optional, but I do have that error page also. So I'm just giving it. Okay, so with these options, I'm just saving it. Now that I enable the static website hosting, I will get a URL. See? So this URL is having the bucket name. Now I think it should make sense why AWS is not allowing us to create the same bucket name. If you and I have the same bucket name, and if we both enable the static website hosting, when I try to access it, will it direct to my bucket or your bucket? Ambiguity, right? That is the reason your bucket name should be globally unique. Okay. Now I'll take this URL and I can straight away host it. Okay, but it is saying the access denied. Now,
does S3 also have a service group, like, sorry, security group to it?
No, you have policies.
Okay.
So see the bucket blocking, object blocking, policies. You can define it different kinds of options. Okay. Now that if you can see here, it is still denying it. Even then I enabled for the bucket, I enabled for the object also. Okay, but the last thing which we need to do is, even after enabling those two, you have to explicitly enable for each object. Okay, that means, let's assume I have 10 objects. Maybe only out of 10, only 5 I want to enable for static website hosting. Okay, so if I can just do it at the bucket and object in the permissions, all the 10 objects can make it public. Yes, they can be accessed from internet, which I don't want it. That is the reason there is a third layer that is selecting the objects, explicitly the objects, and then making them public. Okay, please understand this. This is enabled. Okay, one second. This is enabled. This option is enabled only because we have enabled at the bucket and object level. For example, it is blocking off right now. If I just click on block is on, and if I confirm it, confirm, am I just blocking again? Okay, just to show you one more thing. I go to objects, go to actions. Now you see, if I try to make it, see, it's throwing an error. I cannot do it because I am blocking at the bucket level, at a higher level. So I have to, first of all, unblock at the bucket level, give it at the object level, then only you can enable by selecting each object or selecting all objects at a time or whatever the objects you wanted to. Okay, so now this will allow because I have unblocked the public access. I mean, blocking the public access. Okay, so now that I have made at the object level, it should work. Otherwise, I need to troubleshoot. You see, it's reloading. So my static website, I just got it from Google. This is just a Latin. And I just changed this part, AWS static website, and then my name. And remaining are all just some piece of information. Scrap. Okay. Any questions, please?
Yes, Anupama. So can we upload folder inside like S3 bucket?
Yes.
So
Definitely,
in that
yes.
case, so in that case, suppose the objects like there are particular, like suppose there are 5 folders uploaded and only out of 5, only one folder contains pages for static websites. So when we specify index page and the errors page, so how can we address, like put the address of that particular HTML page in that text box?
With the folder name. I understood. With the folder name.
Okay, so what would be the root folder and how
What is your folder name?
Now suppose there is a folder. Okay, there is a folder with folder 1.
Folder 1 index.html. Simple.
Okay, same like Unix path.
Oh,
okay. No, means I have a front slash or backslash. That was my question.
sorry, what is the last thing?
Like forward slash or backslash in the.
No, forward slash.
Okay.
See, once again, if you have that kind of doubt, if I create a folder, it will show you. One second. Folder 1. Create a folder. Okay, now I have a folder. C forward slash.
Okay, got it.
Any other questions? I think on day 2 or day 3 yesterday, someone asked about the difference between EBS and S3. I hope that also is answered. I told at that time it's out of context because we have not yet covered S3.
So for EBS can be attached to an instance, and S3 it's like a internet thing which you just mentioned, right? So we cannot attach it to any instance.
No, we can. It's not attaching. Okay, we can use EC2 to store data to S3 also, but without instance also it can be there. Like, but EBS or EFS can't be.
Okay, so can we mount S3 bucket to
not
an instance?
mounting? Okay, we don't say mount. So integrating EC2 and S3 is different. So you can do it only through applications. Like you write application and then you call S3 in between to store the data.
Okay.
Not like we did for EBS or EFS, because S3 is not a volume for EC2. Okay, we can integrate with S3 EC2 with S3.
Okay, but again, the EBS is more of a SSD type, right? So accessing would be faster there. Okay.
See, like C drive, D drive, can be like an EBS volumes. Okay.
Okay.
A shared volume, the network file system like an EFS. S3 is like a Google Drive, external storage altogether.
Okay. The accessing would be little
Cloud
slower than
storage.
EBS, right?
Sorry?
EFS. Accessing S3 would be little slower than EFS. Is it
No,
like?
no, no. You should be seeing in that way. They have different ways. Okay. So EFS is basically used for sharing some sort of common files between multiple instances. But S3 can be used for multiple use cases. Multiple. There is no company who wouldn't use S3 if they're using AWS.
Okay.
Because see, each and every organization will have some sort of data. You leave it with organization. Don't you have some data? Yes, everyone will have some data.
Yes, yes.
So obviously they want to keep it in cloud. S3, simple. Okay, I can give you 15 minutes. Let me just quickly show you how to go for cleanup. First of all, you need to empty your bucket, okay? Before you delete that bucket, okay? Without emptying, you cannot delete the bucket. And then you can delete your bucket. Now, please understand, there are few things. Again, when you are deleting a bucket, or let's assume that your bucket name should be unique, right? Your bucket name should be unique. Let's assume you create a bucket and then that's very unique and you liked it where you don't want to delete it. What AWS suggests is empty your bucket and keep it in your account only. AWS is not going to cost you. Don't enable anything. Just create a bucket, empty bucket, and keep it with you. And whenever you want it, you can use it. Yes, you can do that. Unless you have objects, then only you'll be having some cost, right? Okay, so if you don't want to do your bucket, that's fine. Just empty it and keep it. Now my bucket is not that unique, okay? It's not that great. It's completely weird. So I don't want it, so I'm just deleting it. Yeah. We can host applications only in EC2. Apps like Node.js, Java apps, etc. We can host applications in EC2. But why you said only in EC2? I don't know if you are explicitly using that only. I'm not sure.
Like in S3, can we host our application like
S3 is storage. It's not a server.
Yeah.
It doesn't have any compute power.
Yeah, so we can't do in S3, that I understood. But like somebody says in like in designing that where to host the services. So we can say only as EC2 or other services are also there where we can host in AWS.
No. There are a lot of services.
Okay.
If you want that hosting applications in containers, you have ECS. If you want to go for a PaaS service where it also uses EC2, but indirectly Elastic Beanstalk. If you want to use run your services in Kubernetes, you have Elastic Kubernetes service in AWS. No, you cannot justify in that way. Okay, you cannot say that.
Okay. Maybe later.
If you say VMs, if they are using VMs in on-prem and they want to use it in cloud, EC2, yes. Till some extent, EC2 or Elastic Beanstalk, because Elastic Beanstalk also uses EC2.
Like means my question.
See, Aditya, don't worry about. See, no one will ask you. Okay, what is the only option you have it?
No, not only. I'm working in backend programming for 9-10 years, but this cloud I was not getting. Like suppose there are apps like Swiggy and something running. So where are they hosted, in EC2 or in Elastic Bean? That concepts I was not clear. So maybe later I will ask, or when I read more, revisit last 2 classes again, then maybe I'll understand. Like in architecture, they will ask, where is your service hosted? Can you host it at some other place? Which is better? These questions, like, so, yeah.
So if you want to go for a vacation, which place you want to go?
Sorry.
You have a lot of places, isn't it?
Yeah.
Now, what is the best? You cannot say that, right? It's your interest. It can be best for you, but may not be others. Now, what I'm trying to say here is, yes, we have a lot of services to host an application, but what is best? It depends on what you want it.
Okay.
So clients will have different requirements. I cannot straight away say the client is having different requirements. You may not understand that. This is the reason I've taken this analogy, okay?
Okay.
See, don't worry if I'm taking different analysis. Just to make you understand, okay? Maybe
Okay.
sometimes, yeah. Okay. So there are services you cannot straight away say. See, the thing is like initially when you are completely new to cloud, this will be the kind of questions which I usually get it. See, you tell me the ultimate truth. See, this is only for that. Yes, I will go with it. No, nothing as such. Okay, it depends on lot of parameters because there are a lot of technologies. In order to understand AWS, you need to understand everything in the world. That's how the AWS is. It's just a platform for everything.
Okay. Thank you.
So guys, what you can do is you can just try to do the static website hosting in 10 minutes. Or if you want to leave, you can leave. If you have any questions, you can ask. Just 10 minutes. It's up to you. Okay, I'm not gonna create any rooms. You stay here or you want to leave? Yeah, it's almost 11:20. So Anil, I know you're muting. Please ask if you want to ask any question.
Yeah, Anupma, you said like EFS is like only to Linux systems, right? I mean shared file system. So how about the solution for Windows? What's the solution?
There is a service called FSX in AWS only. It supports Windows, it supports Linux, it supports Mac, every operating system.
Okay. That will cover in this course. So.
Okay.
Okay.
I can give you an introduction. You can just let me know, okay? Probably, yeah, I think I can show you now also. I think we'll finish off one topic. I don't cover that, but I will show you.
Sure.
So there is an file system which is completely for Linux machine, which is EFS, okay? There is a service called FSX. But FSX is not just limited to only Windows. It has a lot of other file systems which are supported. Yeah. So FSX for Windows file server is the answer for whatever you asked. Okay. So fully managed, shared, built on Windows server. Okay. So to this Windows server, you can connect from Linux from Windows, from Mac also. Answering your question. But FSX is also having different file systems supported. Means NetApp ONTAP is a file system, a third party a file system. Okay. So means it's already there somewhere. You see. So this is not AWS created file system. Definitely not. Okay. So this is one of the file system which is supported by AWS. Means if you are already having NetApp ONTAP in your on-premises, you are using that file system. If you want to move to cloud, AWS is supporting, you can just straight away move to this. Likewise, OpenZFS also. So see, fully managed. See, when I say managed, it is managing that file system. Shared storage built on popular OpenZFS file system. See, means OpenZFS file system is a file system which is already there. It's a third-party file system supporting in AWS, and it is fully managed. Means you need not worry about doing all these things. Means, for example, let me compare. I completed EC2, right? Now, if you want to have a server in on-premises, first of all, you have to get your server. You should understand your server. You have to make sure that your server is ready in terms of connecting power, okay, networking, yeah, the backup. And then you will try to have an operating system. And then you will deploy application and all. But you have to manage all these things before you get your operating system itself. But in cloud, you can again just straight away go to console, click on create an EC2 instance. Managed in somewhat, in infrastructure it is managed. But here, OpenZFS is a file system which is already there where if you want it, you can download in your on-premises and you can use it. Because, and of course, when you download it, it's your responsibility to make sure it is available every time and making sure that the server which has this ZFS file system is running all the time, then you access it. But AWS is saying that it's a fully managed, means we will take care of the file system to run properly. Like we have EFS. Okay, we don't manage the servers, right? Here also you don't manage servers. But you can use the OpenZFS file system in cloud, going to this option. Okay, and we also have FSX for Lustre. See, Lustre is basically used for high performance file system. Means It's world's most popular HPC means not C, okay. High performance file system means if you want to access the files from a file system with low latency and it's for critical kind of applications, then you can go for this. Of course, very expensive. Understood?
Yes. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, no problem. Next, any other questions? Please go ahead. Now that good that I can give time now. Another 5 minutes. Please ask if you have any questions.
In this course, will be also taught Docker and Kubernetes, right?
Hey, no, yeah. No,
Not
yes.
in this, means not today. I mean, in this whole 2 month course.
No.
Oh.
1 month only. First course is 1 month. Kubernetes and Docker is something completely different. Okay. Let me share my screen. Of course, I can
Means
give you
that
inputs.
the whole Star Agile course. I mean, okay, that's fine. I mean, I was just asking.
That's fine. That's okay. You're saying something Star Agile?
I mean, the course we have enrolled for this Star Agile course. So I think.
Yeah, I think they told Docker and Kubernetes are there.
Kubernetes.
Maybe you have enrolled for that also.
Yeah, I mean.
Then fine. Yeah. See, Docker is all about containers. Okay. In AWS, there is a service called ECS, Elastic Container Service, where you can run the containers in AWS.
Okay.
Okay. There is a service called EKS also, AWS Kubernetes Service.
Okay, EKS. Okay. So, ma'am, we can safely say that any of the, I mean, like the classic on-prem that was running, now it is going on cloud. So they are going on AWS, Azure, IBM Cloud or Oracle Cloud only, right? So all of the means in newer feature, all of the enterprise applications will be on the cloud only, right?
If the client want to.
Yes, I mean, most of them, because I was
90% of the applications in the world are on cloud only. The 10% are still, maybe they are just using because they don't want to, or they may have data centers or for any reason. Okay. Yes. Nowadays, everything moved to cloud already.
Cloud, yes.
But on a cloud, it seems like everything is chargeable, right? So it's, I'm not sure.
Yeah. So if you're talking about cloud charges, what if you want to have it in traditionally? That would be, see, cloud, whatever you're paying to cloud is pennies, okay? But if you want to have your own data centers, you'll be spending lakhs, I mean, to say millions.
But, okay.
Plus technical overhead of maintaining. How
Priya, you need to see in the perspective of organization, not as an employee. Then you can understand the cloud in a very, very better way. The perspective should change. You are thinking in terms of an employee saying that, if I use S3, it will cost me. But why I asked you to think in terms of a company or an employer, because employer is the one who is taking care of all the investment. Employee just go and work, no? They don't know.
Yeah, but for all the services they're charging, I don't know, maybe true.
See, what, Priya, simple. You are giving some service to someone, okay? Do it for free, like globally? How do you think that you get money? For example, let's assume I have an organization, like some like non-profit organization. I expect funds from someone to help others. At least for that, I need money, correct? Now, AWS is expanding its technologies to all the technologies, okay? Globally. Now, how do you expect they give it for free? Simple, no? Fair and fair. They're giving value and you're paying for it. What's wrong? And for this training, let's assume you want some training, you want to learn something, you have paid. So it's an exchanging of values, ma. It's not wrong.
And sorry, one more question. I'm just clearing concepts.
Hey, don't worry, please go ahead.
Is there something like an enterprise license? Like suppose I want like my whole company's to move on AWS. So can I get, does AWS provide that enterprise license that, okay, like this company, Oracle or Dell, give them something special. They will have everything on AWS.
In AWS, we have support plans, right, Aditya?
Okay. Means if I want to move my company's suppose one service to AWS, I'll not do at my own account, right? So I'll have to do with suppose Dell account. I work for Dell. So then again do something from others account for Dell account. So can I have a Dell wide license that okay, this is a Dell license, you can use anywhere in AWS? That kind of enterprise support. I mean, just asking, was just curious. It is not a use case.
No. I didn't get it. Can you explain it? Dell, what is a Dell?
I mean, suppose I'm working for a company like XYZ, Swiggy. Okay. So in Swiggy, they have services and apps to deploy so that the APIs can people can hit the API and order food. So if I want to put that Swiggy whole code and in that APIs on AWS, can I have a Swiggy account, not an employee? Now we have our account, like my personal account to upload things to AWS. Can I have an organization-wide account so that people from my organization can upload to AWS and do it?
See, let's assume I own a Swiggy.
Yeah.
Now I have a company of 100 employees.
Yes.
Now assume that I am already in on-premises. Now I want to move to cloud.
Yes.
Now the first thing which I'll do is as an organization, I'll create a AWS account.
Yes, that is Swiggy-wide account.
It's my AWS account for Swiggy.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll create an AWS account for my application and I'll move my infrastructure to my account. Means my account means Swiggy account.
Okay. Yeah.
So you don't create, no? See, if you are working in any organization, and if your organization having a project in AWS, you don't use your AWS account, okay? You will use project's AWS account.
Yeah. Okay.
And that too with limited permissions.
Yeah. Okay.
Madam, one small question regarding that website hosting. How do you provide permissions for individual objects? I forgot.
Select the object, go to actions, the last option. Okay, so guys, I will wind up the call now. It's almost 2 minutes crossed. So see you in the next week. Don't forget to do the assignments. So EC2, EBS and EFS and practice S3. Okay, for S3, you don't need to do any assignment, but I need the assignments for these three EC2, EBS and EFS by next Saturday.
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Anu.
Yes.
Madam, that option is disabled, like make public using ACL is disabled.
So you need to enable that at the bucket level and object level also, Santosh. Then only that will be there.
Oh, okay.
You want to share your screen? Others can leave. Thank you, guys. See you next week. Bye-bye. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Happy sleeping. Have a great week ahead.
Thanks all.
Yeah. Santosh, you want to share your screen or you want to fix yourself? Shall I close the call?
Yeah, madam, sharing.
Yeah, do it. I'll just fix it in a minute. I strictly want to make sure that I'm closing in time because that's what it is conveyed.
It's already
Yeah, no
11.
problem. No. Share. Fine.
In between, like S3 completed or next week it will continue?
No. Next week we'll start with VPC, one of the core service for solutions architect. Okay. So if you have any questions, just let me know in S3. I'll share you the resources. Okay, like I do for EFS. Just now I've shown for FSX or something, right? So I can provide you some resources because each and every service is is very vast. Okay, if you're explicitly looking for any particular feature, you can explore in documentation. If you think that you are not getting it, just let me know. I'll share the resource. Santosh.
Yeah, madam, sharing.
What is waiting? Okay. I mean, what is making you wait? Give me the control. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Chalo guys, bye. Good night.
Bye. Good night.
Bye.